Again, good. So I like my mic, but it has one fatal flaw. And that is if I forget it's muted before I turn off my computer, when I restart my computer, it unmutes itself, but it doesn't actually unmute itself, right? So it has like a mute button on it. That resets. But then it stays muted, and then even if I click the unmute button, it doesn't unmute. So I had to restart my computer, which is fine, right? I'm also starting a little bit later because I got distracted by the facelift to the Fab website, which is definitely very, very interesting. Has some good, some bad, and some worse, but we'll get into it. I think we'll spend a little bit of time going through it, seeing what we can, well, what we like and what we don't like, right, overall. And then, yeah, we'll play some open format, not really open format, on Talishare, right? So we can try out the new Super Slam heroes. And I still have no idea who I really want to functionally play, so we'll just end up deck rouletting, right, between them all. But Fab site to begin with. Well, I should also open Fab Arena. And also, apparently my internet's not great. All together this day might just be a throwaway. But yeah, so Fab website is definitely looking a lot more sleeker, which is definitely nice, right? As far as I can tell, aside from the card database, nothing has strictly been really updated. So, for instance, the play resources and the learn and the intro stuff is all pretty much the same, right? So, if we go to like the learn to play settings, still the interactive learn to play, and the armory decks, etc. Right? So it's more just visually, again, aside from the card vault. But the articles are nice. I'm guessing things are not easier to search. So, for instance, if we do skirmish, right, it'll still be ordered by. I don't think I've ever figured out how it's ordered. It's not alphabetically, and it's also not day-wise. But yeah, so that would be nice if there was a filter for the article searching, because I do have a habit of going back through them at any given point to try and find certain things. But nonetheless, a bit cleaner to look at, right? A bit more appealing, if you will. Other than that, we have the product page being stripped down to releases and collector center, right? I feel like there was, well, the sections have been renamed. I can't remember what was in here, but so we have the product releases, right? So a bit more informative and sort of steering you towards, what's current. So Super Slam, then the Armory decks. The Collector's Center, still no Monster Pack Guardian, and, well, I assume we don't actually get Super Slam until the 26th at the earliest, right? Because that's when Super Slam comes out. Alright, I need to open up the dashboards. Alright. But yeah, still looking nice, right? Actually, I haven't taken a look at the actual collector pages. No, so they're still, well, they're the same, just reformatted. So, yeah. Cards, the variants they come in, the different notes. I'm curious. Hunted would be the one to look at, right? Because that's the last one, at least. Fresh in my mind, we have the short print that they have admitted to. Hunter's Glaive. Yeah, features an expansion slot, but not cited as being short printed. Other than that, what about the rates? 0.54. No, so they still tell us everything, which is great, right? Hopefully we can use that all for Super Slam. It's up and about. Alright, then we have the Hero Finder, which is definitely cool. Like a select your character screen, right? Which is definitely really nice. And then the Learn More tells you the living legend points and everything. I'm covering it, kind of. But, it's the usual description. So, for instance, go with OG Arachne, 13, and a nice little progress bar. The difficulty. So, yeah, it's nice and informative. And then I assume this goes to the normal, hero page where you've got the key cards, a little bit of information. But, yeah, fun, it's interactive, shows everyone, right? Show the novelty heroes. Where's Genus? PCD. Yeah, Genus is here too. Right, side is cooperative. What's Melody side as? Sorry, just before. There we are. Combo and cooperative. Slightly harder. Interesting. But yeah, the cutouts are a bit awkward. because I do this a lot for them, and I always smooth the edges, so it's... Well, I try to smooth the edges, so it's not like this. I mean, some of them work. I would say the early heroes, that's wrong or right art, actually had the proper cutouts on the asset pages. Very nice, right? So you can see like Bravo has those softer edges. Backgrounds too. I guess a theme for Assassin was you. Yeah, okay. So there's a... Well, no, because that's Brute. That's also... Oh, there's the other KO. Right, so Brutes, and then Reviled, interestingly. Anyway, it looks sleek, right? Now, we'll go to the locator, because that's probably the egregious one, right? So, on the surface, it's quite similar, right? You can still type in hidden knowledge. I think I've probably mentioned it before, right? But, so, Gaddon, and then, you know, we can look at nearby stores, still the same. I assume you can still filter by distance. No, you can filter by armor day. That's interesting. The problem is, as much as they've added stuff, they've also seemingly taken away stuff, right? So distance would still be nice. For this, you do have distance for the actual events, just not the store. I guess that's fair. You're looking for a specific date, I guess. So the problem with this is the way it's sort of set out is you need to preemptively know more knowledge than just go wildly looking for stuff, I suppose. Although, again, it still brings up all the events, right? Then you can still go by formats, different types, armor events. Those skirmishes aren't there. ProQuest isn't there. Battle Hardens aren't there. I wonder if it's a case of... No, because there is a ProQuest here, right? So it's not, it's only allowing me to filter for stuff that it's found, if that makes sense, right? On demand. I feel like what they should end up doing, because they have the events. I think I can just click, no, you can't just click on events. What was it under? I guess World Tour. No, that's all the World Tour events. I had a page before that said, you know, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It won't be under conventions. I swore it was just in events. I guess not. Either way, that's how I'd expect the locator to end up, right? Being able to search by tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Once that's all properly defined. Organized play, there we go. I remember. So down at organized play, you have tier 0, right? The learn to play stuff. Tier 1, Armory, Skirmish. Tier 2, ProQuest, Road, Battle Hardened. Tier 3, Nationals and Calling. And then Pro Tour and World Championship. So I'd assume, if anything, for clarity's sake, that's how the locator should end up. But for now, it's a little bit awkward. And then last week, we have the card vault. I will also mention this because it's something that I don't like. Oh, they reverted it. Never mind. I checked before and it basically was pruned. Well, it wasn't pruned, it was just a different version that was pruned, right? And only had high Cs and the gem packs and Mastery Pack Guardian. But they reverted it because I'm guessing assets were missing, right? So in the transition period, have they just reverted the whole thing? They have just reverted the whole thing. Okay. Well, we have it on camera. So there's some hiccups with it still, but it's back. Oh, God. I'm hoping this doesn't get reverted because I do find this pretty cool. We'll go random card. Yeah, it hasn't been reverted. Cool, right? So you have fancy new, you know, slightly movable art, right? And then you've got the different foiling, and it shines. Isn't that cool? But not just that. If you notice, it actually... Well, I don't know if it's, you know, correct with the active cards, and I doubt they do it for everything. Obviously, this is cold foil, right? And then you have the certain spots where it hits and is a slightly different color. If I'm reading it too much, it probably is not that crazy, right? And then rainbow foil, slightly rainbow. Yeah, it's nice. Can't just open up the card art, though. That's my only grievance, right? Because this is a, whatchamacallit, an interaction, right? So they have the art, and then it's put through the back end, and then it ends up like this, right? So you can still inspect element, find the artwork, right, for all the cards. But that just, to me, incentivizes me to, use Fabry more. But it does appear like they reset the website back to normal. So I guess no use talking about it. I do want to, in that sense, compare any format and then any time. Yeah, so there's way more options here. But that makes sense. So back to what it was. All right, well, we'll put a pin in that and we'll get on with what we're meant to do, right? So who to play first? I think I'm going to play Tough Nut. I'm actually enjoying this deck a lot more than I thought I would. I had a good game with the Dorinthia. Ooh, I'm so used to have it. I had a good game with the Dorinthia that I absolutely threw at the end. All I had to do was sit on my life total, because I'd never give up in the bin, and we would have been fine. But Dorinthia again. I do actually want to try it with Rock. I think I can get away with Rock. I just have to think a little bit better, cleaner, right? Every 3 turns, go for Rock instead of what's in my hand, regardless of what's in my hand. But other than that, to start off, nice and easy. Tough Nuts, and probably Snatching the Jaws of Victory. All Leather and Vim gets blocked out anyway, so at least we can get some damage off of Stampede, is the thought, right? A yellow would have been nice so I could Apex, but that's fine. So, yeah, one way or the other, hopefully we chip them down a little, which is not great, because again, as the revered heroes, we want to sit below their life. Not the best starting point, although they took the whole 7, which is even worse, because, a couple of points of damage we can sort of manage. Lots? Yeah, turns off way too many of our cards. Iron Song Determination. Well, we have the toughness. I kind of weirdly like Scowling. They reverted it. Weirdly. Skippy? We were just on it, looking at it, and it's gone all of a sudden. Our turn is what? Jaws of Victory into Good Natured, so I kind of need to keep a yellow. What do I want to block with? So it should be Old Leather and Vim is a 4. Scowling here should keep me happy. It's also not quite enough block. We can just give the extra 4. I don't really want to give the extra 4. I guess Scowling. I'm just going to play aggressively. That's what I do. Went for the go again. And a reprise. Ugh. Alright. Hit a yellow. Beautiful. Although it's not a cheer. And this doesn't cheer. So it's not beautiful. Oh, God. I suppose it's just send packing. This went from okay to now worse. Still, there is a mobile version. Ooh, interesting. We'll just double check while we're at it. Well, they're definitely restructuring their hand. Makes me worried. Good-natured brutality. Another Jaws of Victory and a Wild Ride. We get the cheer, we're sort of happy. Am I just giving it since I have no toughness? And I want to be below them anyway. Then next turn we should have, hopefully, a stockpile of toughness tokens that we're fine. And Wild Ride should be going into the arsenal. I didn't see Supremacy. It's alright. It's first game jitters. I'd have to empty my hand to Crowd Goes Wild. Oh yeah, so, no, it says page not found. Tough Nuts. Give me a yellow, thank you. Yeah. At least we go to 2 toughness. Oh no, it is the new one, and it still is card friendly. Cool. Puts us even, so we don't get the next cheer. It's still free to use, so I could go really wide. Am I doing that? I guess I'm doing that. Only because it also gets me to a big amount of toughness. Nope, no blocks. And then crowd goes wild. Alright. How can they mess us up? Well, we have disarm, so we're back in it. Do I need to go a little bit higher? What can I block on the second one? Nothing. Except through equipment. I can get 3 more toughness. Already giving a card from hand, so 8 is fine. Hopefully we hit something. Well, hopefully we do. Not that we hit something, but messes up their hand enough. Glints. At least that's 2 of them gone. 7, 10. Gave a bit of equipment. And then the next one is a 7. This isn't really matterful, but I'd rather have the toughness and vigor for the next turn. I'd rather the vigor for this coming turn, so at least I can rock. And technically, we do want to get back below them. But I don't like the fact that we're giving them counters. Thank you. Too bad it wasn't another toughness. Romping Club is still way better off here, I feel. Especially because we want to deny the counters. We want to get that first block, so I really need the toughness. Also, I haven't hit any of our clash cards. 12 with dominates. We can't get enough and they can still swing. The toughness is meaningful. I can pitch 2 into it. What's the second attack going to be? I should probably count this out. It dominates with 3 counters. There'll be 7 dominates. But technically I can block out the second one, right? I'm going crazy because I don't have the resource. We give 1 card. We don't need the toughness. Hopefully I didn't miscount. And what do I want to stick in my arsenal? Kind of the send packing. I think the send packing has more relevancy. No, I want the toughness, never mind. Yeah, so Romping Club here would have been great, but I can't. I can gamble, see if I hit a blue. Didn't. And I would have rather had the old favorite. Well, I suppose it's 1 extra toughness. An 8, and I do have the old favorite. Do I overblock? How else would they get an extra swing? A Twinning Blade, which we haven't seen? Yeah. Doesn't feel absolutely correct, but we'll do it. Gonna undo. You can undo if you want. Glad I didn't block with equipment, because that was the other thought, was just old favorite and equipment. Oh wait, I misread that. Target non-equipment. Damn it. On the swing. For 9. How much do we have to block? Should just be old favorite and the 2 equipment pieces, I think. Puts us to 1. And they get the counter. Route is scary. I guess we should do that first to see. Nice big 9. Brains. So, Deathmatch just definitely going a lot better than I was thinking it would. I mean, we're dead to the second card, most likely anyway, because I have to fully block. Yeah, so as long as we could stop the counters, then we're super happy. Also, got to favorite it. So it's a reason to go again anyway. Yeah, only Lyeth and Velda are there. Tough not again. And we'll probably take the Romping Club. Rock is workable, but Romping Club's probably just better. if we're trying to play Tough Nut seriously. I also tempted to cut out the Wild Rides and the Numbskull Charms. I really don't need it. Just a miss. The toughness is fine, but itself can then miss. Like a 1 card for a toughness and a vigor, and the 2 resources we can't really spend. Not great. It's more, Numbskull Charm should be there if we're rocking, right? Because if we're rocking, then it's a bit better. Getting us to resources being something to clear our hand. And then even setting up rock for the next turn. I think Numbskull Charm has to go. I don't know if Wild Ride has to go. But yeah, we'll stay with Romping Club. I think it's always correct to go first, because if you don't get the starting toughness, you're screwed, right? Because anytime you go second, just with 3 cards versus their 4, it just feels like a real bad time. Then go into the arsenal. Means I'm playing the Numbskull Charm. Isn't great. Ugh. Even if we had rock, there'd be no reason to rock here because I'm using no hero. Our next turn is a whole mess of resources. At least we have the toughness. And we've discarded a card. Wasn't turn 1, this would be great. I mean, getting some blues is kind of nice. So scared that they still have a blue in hand. Tough smash up. Vigorous smash up's nice. She is okay. The pulping. So it should just be no hero. Less than 2 non-equipment has go again. Now it feels like overkill to waste the go again. They have no way to gain an action point, so it does just end their turn. But am I overly scared of their turn? That's the question. Enough to waste no heroes. So if we block with Vigorous Smash Up, no heroes, and it clears a 6. But then they still claw, they can still go wide. I guess it is just get rid of it. And I suppose that does play around its block. Do I want to sink Agile Wind Up? No. If we hit something worse, then -3 would have done... It still would have been fair. I mean, we have all these extra resources, nothing to do with it. Always feels like I do want to go against Boots, but I guess we are just... Come back, kid. Hit a yellow. Not lower than them, though. We have been cheered. Then Crowd Goes Wild is fine to stick into the arsenal till we find Jaws, Agility, or Wild Ride. And Tunic's up next turn. Maybe I do just like Rock. Problem is, you want Romping Club because you want to play this more fatiguish. Problem is, I don't play fatiguish. I just send stuff. One toughness. 7. Technically, we want this to play. That's our turn. So 4, 6, not good enough. 4, no, it'd be 3, 4. Pitch 2. Right, 2 toughness. Boots, the dig-in really should... No, dig-in is pay up to. Other way. I would like to see them be a bit later. Like if they had when the combat chain closes, you may pitch. Wouldn't that be so much nicer? Just taking their last card. Yeah. A nice chunk of toughness for the next turn. If only we had Heroic Grit. Okay. Depending what we draw. So we did get the toughness, so I'm just going to send the Crowd Goes Wild. Slowly whittle them down. Which is definitely the merit for Rock, right? Because we want to be able to send a 7. Just a lot more pressure than the Romping Club. The first card blocks way too much. I kind of want to keep the Jaws. I mean, Scowling seems correct. Right? Take the 4. Hopefully hit something important. Nice thing is their Scowling never really comes into play. Because, you know, either we keep a card to Arsenal, or we play everything. Rough up for a 10. Weirdly, I want to take the 10, even though it's a utter waste of the toughness we generated. I want to get below them. I suppose we can wait a turn. That's going in the Arsenal. We're either playing or pitching. suppose I'm just romping club. Because these are too costly. So it's that, and then get 2 more toughness. And then even if we still hit a yellow, we can tunic into romping. I'm gonna say the scaling put in work there. Should I tunic the gauntlets? Not really. We'll save the tunic proc. Hmm. Smashing ground. That's an interesting thing to get rid of. The fact that I still have a card in hand. Wild Ride. So our block is just right. I kind of want to go Wild Ride and Jaws. So it should be Wild Ride, Jaws, Club, something like that. Will I get to enough resources? No, it'll be 1 off. Unless I hit a blue. In which case, I don't play Jaws, I'm just trying to Wild Ride into something. Take the 7, see what the next attack is. They have another Smashing Ground, I definitely want to block that out. Granted, they need the +1 at this point, I guess from the gauntlets. I mean, how much is Smashing Ground? 3. So technically, they could have it. Either way, we're now below them. Run Roughshod is just a 5. I guess it's blocked with Reckless Stampede. It would be really nice to be able to get to that, but I can't. Right? If this was a different block, it would have been those two good-natured. That would have felt like a nice turn. Take 2. I'm also tempted to put Smashing Ground in. It's not improbable to get that to 6 off of Gauntlets. Kinda nice. What's my greatest chance of discarding the right card? I guess it's Tough Nut first. See if we hit a red. That. I did cheer, so I can still do this. Dash the Wild Ride instead. We do have less life. Yeah, and then just Romping Club. Though technically, no, there's no rationale to a Wild Ride. The Wild Ride into Club is nice. I do want to keep that for another turn. Need to not be greedy with the go agains. I'm trying to like chain stuff together that I shouldn't try for. The main idea is to get the toughness. It's fine, it's going to my arsenal. Good natured, stash that. Alright, never give up. Paying the action point? Yes. Vigorous gets us what? Wind up so we can get to 4 resources. Problem is, with Wild Ride, it means I have to keep my hand. But that into Romping's not horrendous. Means I don't really have a block for this turn, though. I could also just go for the toughness instead. I could also wait a turn. and just use it to romping club. I think I want to get this into the arsenal, into the graveyard, but they're not going to close the chain anyway. So with the fact that I can't get to 9, I guess I'm taking the 9. What do we got otherwise? Just 5 block. Into a swing big. The Quicken is nice. And I can save the Quicken. But I can't get to enough block, can I? 5, 6, 7, 8. I can give Tunic to get to the Quicken. I don't think that's worthwhile. I think it's never give up. 3 resources. 4 resources. It's definitely that. Arsenal something. I guess it's just blocking the 3. And boneyarding. Going to 10 is not nice, though. But we can go more on the defensive. Since Never Give Up will be in our graveyard now. You definitely kind of want to clear through more of the deck, though. It's only really good if we're always hitting at least a yellow, and there's still some reds left. Go to 4. Wild Ride, see what we hit. Although they're in Vim, so I can still Stampede. Problem is now I have to stay above them. So Romping Club is at least just a 5. Yeah, keep the Reckless Stampede. Future turn. Take a little bit of damage off the first one, and then Never Give Up's live. That's troublesome, though. That's even worse. Well, that's probably us dead, then. I mean, double Blood Rush, Savage Sash on 10 life. 3 cards to block with. I don't think we're going to get through it. It definitely takes us off of the offensive. We have +4 onto something. Can't deny the go again, though. 4, 7. We're dead to whatever comes next, anyway. Zero. Rapturous Applause is still a 6, so we don't want to sink that. Half nuts. Never give up. Don't die. But we're still probably going to die. Off up for 11, yeah. Best we have is 7. Still, nice amount of value is Tough Nut. Alright. It should be saved though. Yeah, so we can move on to... we'll try KO. Why not? Are there any tweaks I want to make to this? Try it as it is. What's the Apex? Apex should still be fine. We have enough cards. We can find a 6 to block with it. Make sure to save. Alright. This will maybe go awkwardly. I should really put in fix and overturn the result. They're just such a good combo together. Against Yao, I don't like my chances. But we'll see. Alright. Mocking Blow to set up looking for a scrap. We also have the agility. I can still claw. Hmm. Well, discount that. I guess it's claw. So we'll have go again. Ditch the scrap because we have the agility. Either send the Mocking Blow or the Swing Big. Probably the Mocking Blow. Wrong Agile Windup. Wrong KO. Which case I should have pitched into it. Why didn't it let me pitch into it? Did I pass on it? I probably passed on it. We have the 6s for the Apex. Nice. Missing a Vigor, though. Hits, they discard a card unless they pay 2. What are we doing? Show of Strength, Swing Big. Don't know if the damage really matters. They don't have an Arsenal card, so it's not that. What's that? And we're playing the Mocking Blow. I guess it's the Show of Strength. This sort of does my head in. On how we play appropriately. We'll just do that. This is definitely we will play again. So I can wrap my head around it properly. I mean, I need the boo trigger. But most likely they just block this out anyway. I mean, against fatigue, I'm pretty sure we're screwed anyway. Arsenal. They just charm. Well, there's our booze and our vigor. But we have no way to KO it. Even worse. So Mangle's destroying Apex regardless. It seems quite troublesome until you get that starting vigor. I mean, technically we could just go Vipox, cheater. Like pitch into KO if he doesn't block correctly. This when this defends, it is when it defends. I'll have Tunic up, though, to play around the Frostbite. We just Vipox. See what he blocks with. Maybe we get damage across like this. Maybe we should take a look at the 0 to 60, 0 to 80. So technically we can still do it. And get... No, it's fair block. So in which case... We can't get the discard off of that, so it doesn't matter. Still kind of want the Vigor, though, weirdly. We Scalers off the Tunic. Mocking Blow's not worth it either, because we don't have a 6 power. So you really want to be able to send, well, in this scenario, a 6, would then go again. Which means you need the resources, which means you need such a big hand. Use its ability. Is it weirdly the discard for Vigor? No point putting it to 6. I mean, we're just happy we're whittling down his equipment. I don't want to keep the 2 cards, though. They're useless. Oops. Do I want to keep one of them? I'll keep the Tunic, actually. I was thinking whether or not just to play both. Alright, at least we have a Vigor. And the shield's gone, which is kind of nice. That's like the easiest way for him to impede my turn. Need more blues, need more Vigor. It's a 6 and Frostbite. The 6 and Frostbite. Hmm. I mean, the Frostbite's not horrendous. Again, and that's why I kept Tunic. What even is our turn? I guess Rowdy. Which means we're feigning that we have a blue for KO. We can't get them low enough where Mocking Blow turns on either. But we can Villainous Pose Mocking Blow. I don't know if that's great. We're saving probably one of the Villainous Poses. No, we're not saving Villainous Pose. What is it? Raise Reflex for free. I mean, chances are he has a defense reaction anyway. I suppose it's nice enough to clear the hand. Ours is not much better. It's not worth putting it to 6, I think. Is it even worth the Razor Reflex? Hmm. Play the defense reaction. Not. Discard to discard. And then just play the boo. Really want to just play the boo. I don't know if discarding really slows his turn down enough. Oh well. I won't get this into the arsenal instead of the mocking blow. The life difference is too much. It'll be a big CNC. Golden. No, just tectonic. Tectonic swing. Not enough resources. Mangle. Mangle still doesn't hit anything. I mean, I don't quite see how I get the upper hand back in this match at this point. Because KO just seems very, very costly. No Arsenal card either. Big CNC. Does not feel great. Plus. Dash. Now we're looking better. We're putting what to the bottom? As our continued boo. This finds us a 3-block or Big Bully. Big Bully is not great. I think this is definitely... I need to relook at the colors. I suppose it's just Vipox is our next turn. Play the booze. Play the lead for speed. Lead with speed. No. Guess that's going away. Kinda want to go back to toughness. Excuse me, I'm not putting another one. It's actually gonna make me do 3, 4. Alright. I think Teleshit's going. Oh, I think my internet's going. No, because I'm not dropping frames. Yeah, I'm going to undo because obviously I should not have no cards. Wait, what? No. No, I'm not here. Okay. I think I'm now a spectator. Have I logged out? I can't even... Well, I apologize, but I can't do anything. Yeah. No, no, I just logged out then. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. So this deck needs reworking. Needs so much more blue for it to be functional. And it needs more vigor. Because getting that first vigor is just necessary. Mashup seems awful. Boneyard's not horrendous because we do have 6s to hits. Lead with speed can go. Even take can probably go. Definitely nice lining something up though. Actual wind up can go. I think the mentality I should be having is just value. And the idea is you're just sending one thing that you can always pump to have that plus. rather than go again. Like at most, it's go again into like a weapon swing rather than trying to get two attacks across. Because what do you do with the second attack? Well, no, okay. So I'm trying to think in the assassin mentality where you go again, they have to decide whether or not they're going to play around KO, and then you go into your second attack. Second attack, though, what I'm planning for is way too big. Right? It just makes these really awkward to use if the assassin mentality is what I'm going with. So scrap them. Scrap Apex. Meeps. Be the other red. And then just stuff with go again. Low power, go again. Low power, go again. When I say low power, go again, I should literally do low power, go again. Refine the search. I mean, like flex speed. 2 cost, it would be a 6 cost just to give a go again. That seems awful. Is it like blue scar for a scar? Life for a life? Hmm. Hmm. If you want to count this gets go again, we don't have much draw. Stick fix the match. The might's just nice. Stick in overturn. Another blue anyway. Outside interference, we want to hit something big. Something blue. And then something with go again. Which is probably still looking for a scrap. But I'm not running. And we don't get to might too easily for escalate violence. This has to be another blue go again. Zealous. For a scar. We end up in the losing position quite often. Performance bonus is an interesting one. Stick in the arsenal. Muscle. Too costly. That type of effect on something lower would be nice. Opt is actually kind of nice. Trade in. This gets turned off by KO's ability, so that's not great. Weird as it seems, my mind goes to Brandish. I should probably be taking like Nimblism and stuff. And the Jacks. But we'll go with this for now. Weapon-wise, though. Mandibles not great. I suppose nothing else is better. Yeah. Arm slots. Mighty Bones. Alright. Let's try this again. No, I'm logged out again. Clicking the wrong thing. Log in, remember, submit. Is Teleshare just down? Interesting. I guess Teleshare's just down? I mean, we'll give it a little bit. This day has just been ripe with problems. Oh, there we go. You're rid of KO. Try again. Oh, it's back to the new one. Sorry, I need to check. Marketing assets. Marketing assets is back to the old. And then that sets you back to the old. Because it's now legacy. That's interesting. Anyway, let's try this mess again. Might actually be the first Euro where I just go, I'm gonna need a starting point. Rather than trying to wing it myself. I should change the agile windups to the bigger one. Does Brood have access to the bigger one? Why do I feel like it's not? This is a little better. Granted, our attack is not great. Mocking Blow KO. Some way to gain a starting life early would be nice. Where is it? Oh, right at the top. Puts it to a 10. Clears their hand. If we had the boo, we'd be so happy. I guess I'm stashing the mocking. Going with the mandible claw. Oh wait, I have the boo. Wait, this is actually a really nice start then. Now if they have a block, fine. So this can go up to a 14. And then we have the boo effects turned on, which is what we want. So the boo effects turned on, which is what we want. Fix the match is nice enough as well. We have the vigor. And we have the cheater's charm for the boo. How do I stay ahead of them? I give scowling straight away. Hope to hit what they're trying to use. Play it first. And a 4 that turns off the boo, but I have the boo if I do that, which is fine. Really have to get above their life. Alright, so it's fix the match. Find overturn. Yeah, this is just auto-include into both life and KO, no matter what, I'm pretty sure. Where's the other overturn? Now I have to play spot the card. We pitched 2 of them, so they should be at the bottom. Yeah, they are. And I want the boo for next turn, regardless. I think it was still a vigor. Alright. That's up a blue, which is good. Give and take goes first. Problem is, I'm not going to get the gap big enough at this point, which is just awful. Because I really just need to string the boos together. I mean, villainous pose, I guess, is our boo. Means the vigor goes to waste. Maybe it should be tanky legs instead. Give and take and raises, I think both need to go. They're not needed. I should only be aiming for two things when I should be aiming for two things. Right? That makes sense. I guess I'm with the current deck, I just have to go back and forth. Even though this is awful. Because if I don't keep the boo triggers going, I'm just screwed. Might not be cut the give and takes, but it'll definitely cut the razor reflex. Alright, so it should just be the mocking blow first. Because I can't get them low enough off of the give and take. One cost. One cost. Eh. No, Tunicate first. Mocking blow for 7. I mean, we dish out a good chunk of damage just off of the mocking blows, though, which is nice. And should probably be the razor reflex instead. If only Mighty Bones was up to as well. Just go up to. Better to stash a card. Stash the give and take. I can't use both, which is awful. Yeah, if this was a yellow and we had the option to play both razors and KO it. Just for the damage alone would be nice. And keep the razors. But this is already a step up from the previous iteration. Still feels like we're just going to and fro. We now have double mocking blow, which is nice. We just bleed and way too much damage at this point. I should probably be intervening with something else, but yeah. Play the boos. Swing with blue should be fine. Go with yellow. Looking with 7. Razor reflex doesn't put us up enough, right? So it should just be KO. Or he snaps and then do it to the second one. Yeah, I don't like the use of snaps. Yeah, either. The damage between us is too great. Really need the cheap shots and the charms. More forms of disruption. I can't even use Mighty Bones. Yeah, it should still be Apex for the block on it. Hmm. I mean, it's a Draconic card. Be great to make them lose their stack this late. Hmm. I mean, I suppose Mandible Claws is mainly for like this outside interference. Brandish looking for a scrap. Outside interference, offensive behavior. Dash what we get off of outside. Attack this turn. Or instance anyway. But we're getting an idea of what we can put together. I actually do kind of like the brandishes. Worth the damage. Probably. Probably not. But yeah, the life between us is too far gone. It may just be the aura angle. Am I doing this now? I think I'm doing this now. Just so I can see my options. Big bully, because I totally spaced on what the card actually does. I mean, that's not worst turn to put together. And offensive. Not great. Definitely maybe feels like the bottom of the four, which is weird, because I didn't think Tough Nut would be as good as he is. Maybe there's gas to this that we're unaware of. That and that. Oop, that goes to that and that. Block with razors. We should be dead here to whatever pumps. I guess let's give Mighty Bones and Tunic at this point. Arsenal. Villainous. Big Bully. Need to look into token generation. See how we can get to threes. Guess the overturn can go. And double scar tissue. Good game. I'm going to Tough Nut again, because I'm definitely enjoying Tough Nut the most. Granted, we haven't tried Lithe or Pleiades yet. Arcane. Arcane's annoying. Split Arcane even worse. Especially now that there's the chip stuff. But, you know what's really nice to see? No one's abusing the open. I know they tweaked it slightly, but you can still take any cards in your deck. And you can't take more than 3 copies. Did they find the line up the leaves starting turn? Otherwise, we can send a nice big club, most likely. If only this was a 2-cost attack. Or we could hit a blue, and then I'm happy. This will be some level of discard. And a plow under. But nothing to decompose because they don't have enough cards. Well, I suppose we can block with that and keep the other 2. Kind of want to block a little bit more. But we do want to be under their life, I suppose. Problem is, toughness has some really, really egregious flaws. Both are really, really nice. I suppose I don't need the grit. Maybe there's merit to fully block. No heroes is nice. So is the tough smash up, the charm. The charm, smash. I'll get rid of one of the heroes. Pitch. Keeping an Arsenal card? No, because both of these are 3-cost anyway. I'd rather this go back in the deck. I'd rather this go back in the deck. The nice thing about Skullhorn, though, is it should also turn on Romping Club. I know it doesn't fit thematically, right? Because the crowd's cheering a comeback for the Revered. But it does feel like the it would have been nicer if the effects were swapped. Like, it'd be so much cozier to be able to not have to sit below the opponent in order to land the cheer effects. Phew. Tough Nut Charm is going to the Arsenal, so it's most likely just a swing. Good, we still hit a 2. Plus, this is kind of nice on their turn. And they're still at no Earth. Which is good. Good for us. So blocks. Worse for us. And start laying some damage through on their side. Agile wind up, so we can send 2 things, and we have big enough attack. I mean, smash up lets us see. The waste of Romping Club. Agile wind up on top. That's fine. I mean, most likely it's just the anti-romping club. I'd go again. Maybe scowling is nicer here, and maybe it's swap out the gauntlets for 2. Maybe it's take 3. Get rid of tunic. The scowling is just so disruptive. I think for both Verdant and Decilia, right? I want to discount that just to be able to go with 2 attacks. I don't know if that's a fair enough trade. Bit of felling. And we have the Vigor too. That does nothing for us. This is just overbuffed. But we are lower than them now, which is nice. I mean, I could take... Well, I don't want to waste Skullhorn. I think it's also fair enough to sit on the charm for a big arcane turn. We're still below them. So its block would never give up. Now turn its rock grit into escalate. Getting a bit too low though. And it'll be, you know, a hefty arcane turn. But like that is always great. The heroic grit into escalate. It's a nice chunk of block, sends a nice chunk of damage. Was there merit to Tunic? Well, it's not. I think Tunic and this are probably just going to sit in my arsenal until they send a big arcane turn. That's the only rationale to use them. Pretty much the same thing. Slightly weaker, but still big. I want to keep the yellow, but then I don't want to keep the yellow if they send arcane. We'll just do that. 9 with the clash for the chip damage. Sorry, 10. What about the one from the gauntlets? The gauntlets are actually a lot nicer than I was thinking. Super cozy with Tough Nut. Really need to whittle them down before they get Decompose online too. We'll just not have the resource basis. That's one clash. I was also thinking this was like lag, but this must be a new thing. So until you declare all your blocks, Teleshare doesn't show you, which is nice, right? Because it stops someone seeing the cards. But it's not rock hard nutting. Just romping nutting. Which is just as bad. It's actually working out better than what I was thinking. Except for all the matchups that invalidate toughness. Get above me. Please. Please. Yes. One more life gate. Okay. Why was that not played? Oh, because it's not, it doesn't have go again. Yeah, the Reckless Stampede is pretty cool. Is it time to get rid of the Tough Nut Charm? Well, it's probably sending all Leather and Vim. So I can get rid of Comeback Kid since our life is not in line. Any reason not to Tough Nut first? Nah. And we hit a 1. It's fine. I will sit on the charm. And we'll just Leather and Vim. Tough Nut actually performs pretty decently, right, as a fatigue deck. The trickiest part, though, is the late game where you have to sit below them in life so that you can just stall them out with never give up, never back down. What's the block? I think I have one. Never give up. I had a 60-minute game against a Dorinthia last night, and my mind just slipped, and I sent a robbing club, and all of a sudden I couldn't use my 3 that were in the graveyard, and they just started building counters and screwed me over. Card goes wild. Not seeing a Jaws this matchup either. 7. Suppose I just block it out. Pitch and swing. Discard that. Turn on Romping Club. That. And swing. The wind-ups do feel nice with the Romping Club. I wish Root had access to the Vigor one. Right, because the Vigor one's Warrior Guardian. Because both Tough Nut and New KO would be nice enough with it. Still a little tricky getting to the 3 toughness. On Bam Bam, that's actually not a bad idea because it's still 6, right? Yeah. And there is the slight synergy. Another wind up and escalate. Oh, nice timing. And first time you deal. Oh, I was thinking it was the burn effect. Send packing is technically what we want to send. It's just awkward. I have to give the tunic charge for it. Nope. We have vigor. I think that's correct, rather than just stacking toughness. Because they get around toughness just by burning us. 6 you can discard, and there's plenty of funny times to smash. It's destroy an item, is it? And Command and Conquer actually wasn't threatening. believe you can even discard it if you're rocking out. Is it target or just in general? This is where second monitor helps. Let's see, Fabry. Bam bam. Discard this, your club attacks this turn. Yeah. And then still on hit, destroy an item. And still a 3 block. Because in the late game, like getting the extra +1 on romping is definitely really nice. Hoping this is damning enough to their hand. Seems like it from the thought. Maybe not. Escalate. Well, the Nether would give up. Jaws of Victory says it's kind of time. I don't. My second attack is romping. That's not bad. Strongest survive would be the better second attack. I have to get to 3. Technically, I can get to 5, which is enough. It means I'm only blocking with Never Give Up. I want to be below them anyway. I don't know if I want to be taking this much damage. Killing. I'm getting too low. Right, 2, 4, 5. Pray everything goes correctly. That's tough nuts. That's the first one. I just go all at once. No, I'm breaking the chain anyway because I want to hit strongest survive with that. So it's just Jaws of Victory first. Because 12 is low enough for them to pew-pew me. I empty my hand. Which I have a feeling that's what's coming. Oh well. Numbskull Charm. But we must pressure. The discard for rock is definitely nice. Well, that was not correct. Should have broken the chain. Playability with rock and help swing it. You can do some go again turns to push damage. Problem is, I think leaning into the go again stuff is sort of bait. Because yeah, it can definitely help. But he just works so much better as just fatigue. You just don't have enough flexibility with your hand. Ninja feels absolutely awful with how it invalidates toughness. Maybe that's the version where you want go again. Roots of the Forest, eh. Now we start to burn. So we have 6 block, we have the 8 block. I don't think I want to get lower than them. Do the Arcane first. I mean, maybe I should be pressuring harder here. Yeah, but the problem is decks that eat you alive, you gotta pressure people back. Well, either way, it's the dig in. Do I take the damage or do I block? Well, either way, yeah, it should be the block. Yeah, you definitely can't. I mean, split damage like this is always just going to be trouble. I think I'll be at the bigger. But so far, I think I'm definitely enjoying Tough Nut the most out of all the heroes, which is crazy. Because the original idea was just a meme around, you know, try and send a big, big rock. Yeah, for a Scar. If only we had the block for this. Not, it doesn't put us low enough for ever. That gets us to 3. I wouldn't be able to Wild Ride Romping anyway. So start off by blocking with that. I don't play enough Fatigue either. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Nick asked me to pull out a playset for him. I have to go look through my Everfest boxes. Yeah, Everfest. What's that into Waning Moon? Is that 8? If I take the 3, at least I'm below him. In case it's not Waning Moon, it's something bigger. Probably shouldn't be at 6. But I don't know what the merit is. I mean, that'll be enough. I'm preventing 3 from that. I suppose I'm giving the whole hand at this point. And I'm just sending my club. Arcane left. Don't think there's anything we can do at this point. I mean, Burn Bear, Storm Striders just does us here. Or light up the leaves, either or. But still, not one-sided, right? Just a 7? That was a 5 go again. I feel like we can't go wide enough. Like, our hand's just going to be exhausted here. That the Arcane gets us. Or that. 0. Definitely 0. I have no resources. Pitch and swing. Although I guess the proper thing here, well, they just Storm Striders onto Tough Nut, would be to just not let Tough Nut. Would just be to sit on the resources. But yeah, Burn Bird does it. And even if we had Tough Nut, wouldn't be enough resources. Right, because we're at 2. Still, 3 cards is not the worst thing in the world, apparently. Life, Tough Nut. Alright, we'll play proper Life. Meant to do each of them. I could save them at the very least. I think Teleshare pulls the updated list as well, which is nice, right? Because it just automatically pulls the link. But Lithe, and then Pleiades, and then Lunch. Now I can sit down and think about what needs tweaking. But I suppose while we wait, On the tough nut side of things, I don't know if I really like dig in. I'd rather more. There's not many more 2-cost yellows though. Kind of want to scrap wind up. Puffin. I have no idea. I know tough nut. We always want to go first because we always want the toughness. I think we do because of all the setup, right? Is it just suspense? Wait, how many tokens can we get to? 1, 2. We can only get to 2 tokens. If only had life gain. I definitely need the sigils and stuff because, like, a turn 1 Mighty Bones into the gooning is definitely cool. I suppose it is just set up. Suspense 2 steps and might as well pitch into Lyeth. And stash the power play. The power play should really be late game. Stash the goon. I know this would be absolutely insane if it had go again, but that would be so much nicer of a turn. Or even that into weapon swing. Is it a Mage Master angle? Because you do float resources, and maybe the setup is better. I don't like to block. Meant to be playing this just aggressively. And Arsenal the Goon. Goon's funner. Oh, give me that first priority window. Bam. Taste the Intimidate. Yeah, bam. Oh, your hand's so tiny. So tiny. Is it still just life? Do I need the extra +1? I mean, it's that into Villainous and Goon, so no. I just take the extra might token. But then time snaps are the same thing. I want to be able to use them straight away. I suppose. Take our licks. Zeppelin. 2 crates. Get +1, so it's just damage. I mean, I could just boo them. I kind of want the... I don't want Mighty Bones, I want something a bit tankier. I mean, I should probably block this out. Goon's already big enough anyway. And then the next turn is big enough. Right? Or just stash this in our arsenal instead. I guess we block the... Oh, wait. They gave me Rampart again. 1, 3, 4, 5. That worth it? Means I deny the Arsenal card, don't I? I think so. They have no cogs. Well, they don't have any cogs anyway. I'm thinking about the same thing anyway. It's done. Yeah, blocking and potting. Anyway, Goon it is. Dash the Villainous. The next turn, Confidence, 3 mites, leave him hanging. Like, even your small turn isn't really small. What's the hit effect? Show top card of their deck. I mean, it's also mech, so technically we could just fatigue them out. I think Skullcap was in the sideboard. I think against aggressive, I just want to be aggressive. Tough Nut's my fatigue deck, and I scarcely play in fatigue. You can definitely just obviously build why it's super fatiguey. I just want to send big things. Just a nice, good, clean back and forth. Probably should have villainist this as well. Got the cog. Arsenal. Dominate blues. Bad being broken is our attack to be. Here's the 2 cogs. In overturn, we want to cycle back around. Oh well. Except we won't have any auras, will we? 1. I'll pop anyway. This is going into our arsenal. What are we even swinging with next turn? Just a big weapon? Too many cards to make decisions with. We're going to get rid of the Terra Sunder, because I don't think we play that. I think it's too costly. He is not. His hands are just so awkward because you want like this. You want the 5 cards to use his ability. Uh, 3, 2. Play. Dash. So I'm keeping the rest of my hand, I guess. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a nice big hammer here. I mean, obviously, them being mech and already at 45 cards, it is just block them out. Where is the fun in that? Yeah, no block. We get our 1, we get our might, we're done. What was that? That's... Well, technically that's 3, so I could goon here. Or bad at being broken. Probably bad being broken since it's big, right? Yeah. Yeah. 16 on hit, get rid of a card. I think that's fine. We'll say it's awkward that the Reviled boos happen when you have more life. Yeah, I kind of want them flipped. Like, it just seems a lot easier to sit above as Tough Nut. Your cheers would be so much greater. But, you know, thematically, it is what it is. Cool, we are just going back and forth. I lack of their style. And overall, it's a give me your hand style. T-Bone. Well, you can have my shield, that's for sure. Okay, so it's Truth or Trickery. Am I giving the shield on the first one? Since I know they have a T-Bone? I'm not, right? Well, they can't get to Pelletier off of the cards they have. Truth or Trickery works, then we're fine anyway. So, could be that. And we just plan for success, right? Yeah, just plan for success. It is a blue. Now, the idea there is they pick yellow, when really it's a red. Actually, I feel... Should we have said red? I was expecting more of a reveal. It says, let's say, you call Life Goldbane, Vile Savant, a liar. The top card of their deck was Villainous. Alright, no. I tricked myself with the wording of it. Again, it's not they pick a color. I like spouted that 3 times. And partly it was for me. Anyway. I'm still going to cheap shot them. I was meant to pick red. Yeah. Blue's the obvious choice. Then T-Bone, but they can have my boots. Oh, double T-Bone. Well, I guess you can have my tunic. I don't think I really need it. Because I feel like tunic's just there for when you want a rampart. Cruel Ambition. And Goon. Yeah, no reason not to go and stash the Escalate. I mean, I should technically get rid of Poly. But why do I feel like I'm not going to? The 7. I think that's fine. We're low enough life. Here to play aggressive, so aggressive we'd play. I mean, we have 6 coming up next. Sort of missing some of those other auras. Oh, fix the match. That's a nice one. Escalate. Yeah, I think fine. I mean, they haven't sent any big cog thing yet. So this is our attack. Clones overturn. Which means... Don't need the double escalate. Goliath, 4 block. Then we just take our damage. Zeppelin. They get the action point to shoot me. Yes, that is not nice. Technically, we can just do escalate. We won't have the token for it, though. So either we take 8 to send back 7, 11. And then we have to forcefully block out the next turn, which is a bit scary. Oh well. You want good live gameplay? Lots of people you can watch. You want to see just greedy little dwarf man? We got this. And villainous. Goon. Escalate. Keep your bird. If only it was enough to pressure. If it was enough to pressure, then we'd be super happy. But technically, they just take the 11. Always nice having the nice stack of might. Oh, we have damage prevention. Is it worth the 1? Probably not. I mean, our turn should just be escalate. Even if we don't have the might generation. Power play is what we want to get into the arsenal. We can also just weapon swing. I mean, we have a good chunk of might anyway. So block 4. Either one. I should have pitched that, actually. The blend is a 4, it can get to a 6. Technically, we double block, and if we need be, we send that. Right? Because they have no other way to get to an action point. How many cogs do they have? They have 2. So technically, no, they can still get to 6. I have to block 6. Yeah. So it would be nicer if I had one of the overtones instead. Then I could Arsenal the battered. Oh well. Oh wait. I have Rampart again. Because they gave me Rampart again. Which means I can use to be continued. And hold on to the power play and just weapon swing. No, I can't, because that is 1. Sorry. The halve is screwing me. Yeah, they have Unicycle, but they can only pump it twice. So it can go to a 6, but then they'll still have the 1 to give it a go again. So I have to block 6. Block 6 is just that. This is an instant, it doesn't get the +1 from life. Which is annoying, because the overturn would have been significantly better. I think... Is there a reason to keep the escalates? Huh. This would have been a 9. Threatening them. Which would have been better. I think to be continued is not needed in the deck. The other 2 are great. But to be continued, the 1's just not worth it, because you don't have the proper decision point. It's either block 1 or prevent 1. We have Revolting Gestures. We have what happens next. That makes that 3. But here's their big turn. Before to start off, but should still be Rampart off of what happens. I mean, that is fine. I get the Might token anyway. Pitch the 1. Trap Dragon's definitely not needed. Because unlike KO, there's no point in, like, trying to block with the first attack. Your second attack's always going to be horrible. Hmm. If I block 2 puts me to 1, I'm still dead to Spitfire. Most likely dead to Spitfire anyway. Do that. Then Spitfire. Ah, it's even worse. Yeah, so Zeppelin will do it. They can get it to 6. So the gloves and the boots, I think definitely both need to be swapped to something tanky. But yeah, not a bad first game. You have a very, very jank other life as well. That could be interesting. Legs. I mean, realistically, for those types of matchups, it should just be quick dodge. How many slots do I have? I have none. I really don't like stand strong. Some quell equipment. I think you'd have no problem, though, pitching into the Arcane. And I think you have enough open slots, right, to do it anyway. We'll get rid of Knuckles. Go Gauntlets. And yeah, it should probably be Quick Dodge or Ironhide, depending on the matchup. But I am also going to throw Mage Master in there for the fun side. I think I don't actually like to be continued. It's Sigils and Fiddlers should be in. Means I'm also cutting... What? Escalate could probably go in its entirety. Harasunda, Spence, and what happens next, I think. We'll give that a go. I also want to see if this does update. Open, done. Okay. Good. Yeah. So if I just feel like being aggressive with Mage Master, which I think are easier to use. Because even like a double draw on 2 steps ahead would be great. But even if it's 2 steps ahead, swing. Yeah. That's actually a good point with Fiddlers. I don't want the red. Means I have to... What? How many cards am I at? 68. Guess I should be fine. I guess it's Tanky Legs. Or just Quick Dodge for the Blood Rush turn. You get enough block out of Quick Dodge for the Blood Rush turn? It's only 1 apiece. You gotta remember that, right? So it's not as good as what we're thinking. Screw it, I'm going Mage Masters. Let's just have fun with it. See, like 2 steps ahead here. Means I could still swing something for turn 1. That's going in the arsenal. That's being played. That's being played. I guess that's not going in the arsenal. That's a weapon swing. Should go into the arsenal. Villainous Pose should actually go into the arsenal. I think this is fine. Doesn't matter, because the card says set the base to 2, not it gains +2. So its new base is halved. Because you do addition, then subtraction. So technically, the quick dodge effects triggers, and then life checks the card and halves it. Alright, our next turn. We have enough auras on board to battered. So that's what we're playing. That's probably being pitched. We want a villainous. You can make villainous 1 cost though, which is nice. Okay. Do I fear the pummel? I shouldn't fear the pummel. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, that's a 1. Do I have to give 2 cards? I'll lose my villainous. Play for free. Cost 1 or 2. Oh, was I thinking of I don't know what the other one's called. It's quail damage prevention for pitch. If it's damage prevention for pitch, then I think yeah, then I'm definitely wrong. 1, 2, 3. Technically, realistically, it shouldn't be give the trickery. Because it should be a 3-block card. Just so I can get to 6. Right? 1, 1. And yes, if it's pummel, I feel sad. I suppose if it's pummel, I don't have to Lithe. And I might as well play what happens next on my turn. I get the double. I could also hold in my arsenal, I suppose. It's not needed this turn. I guess that's better. Bet 1 for 1. Which would make it better. Alright, you've sold me on the Quill. It's like AV for all damage. I don't know why, but I want to think the arcane version of that is dampened. But it's not. Spell Void is for free. Is there a different one? Maybe there's not, because there's not really a need to it, is there? Because Quell just does it for arcane either. Nice thing too about Lithe and Tough Nut is Scowling has no use whatsoever. Oh. Oh. I have to do math now. Technically, I want the first priority. So think about my hand. Fix a match is what we're attacking with. What happens palms. I float 2 resources, which covers Lithe's ability. Done. And I draw off of it. I don't think I want to play the other concealed. We have cheap shots. I mean, at this point, I think I'm happy to just trade. Bolting Gesture is free. That's free. So that's my 2-card play. Just for free. I probably want to play this next turn, which means I can still cheap shot off of it as well. Yeah, so if I Quell here, I'd be happier. But I guess I'm just Lithing. Taking the damage. It's not a super big turn on their side anyway. Just a +5 plus win the clashes. Definitely going to be nice. Right, because there's never a state where I can't win, because mine's a 5 and there's always a 6. Yeah, with KO's ability. The shame suspense is going. And then turn after that, we have palms for another big turn. And tunic up for the rampart. I'm not taking the chip damage. Kidding me? Right, you did 13. I'll see you 13 and raise you. Unfortunately, confidence gets in the way, but maybe we pull equipment. If I hold on to cheap shot, maybe that is enough to get scowling from them, right? Because I don't mind cheap shot going into my arsenal. I always forget to use the +1 off of that. Off of the concealed object. Could also be greedy. And think they might just trade, and then do something like leave them hanging. Just so I have the Intimidate for the next turn. It's not horrendous, because I have the discount. Stick with the blue. Need this, like, shrunken so it can fit in the middle. I suppose I don't mind blocking them. I probably should have, because what happens next is a good enough discount, and the Intimidate doesn't matter, right? Because if they're trying to string a couple things together, generating one card out of KO is really good. And yeah, they didn't block. So I really should have been greedy with it. Oh well, what can you do? I just cheap shot for the damage. There's no reason not to put in my arsenal. So I can still boo on Q, so if they have the arsenal smash, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Especially in this case, because I didn't draw anything that benefits from what happens next. So leave him hanging was the correct call. And should have been what I grabbed. Still, we have Goon Beatdown. Another boo. We can pitch this into Lithe. Mandible Claw. Anyone else tad bit confused? There's the discard. I mean, I'm not really going to fully block anything anyway. It closes the chain, so I can use Tunic. Although in this case, I want to go Tunic Mage Master to do 2 steps ahead. Although I suppose it depends what we draw. Also, all the heroes from Super Sam seem incredibly interesting to build and play. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're all very dynamic, which is just crazy. I'm just taking the 6. I don't need any boos. I'm just taking the 6. I don't think it's worth the Rampart. We want to get them low enough. We want a cheap shot win, don't we? Oh. Oh, God. What did I say we're doing? To give the concealed object? I think it's give the concealed object. Only an 11, though. And leaves us with Tunic for the next turn. Is Quell once per chain link? Is that the limiting factor? Because in that scenario, Quell is definitely better than Quick Dodge. Especially because you can play it in the last step too. Hit breakpoints, which is really nice. And it's not only that they're, very interesting to build. It's the fact that they're highlighting weird cards you might not necessarily think of and use. Is definitely really, really cool. Once per damage. Ah. So it's at the very last step, isn't it? It's when damage is calculated. Alright, so we have the boon, bad being broken. We have the one. We still have the cheap shot to come into play. And I'm probably fishing for leave him hanging. There's no reason to play fix the match here, actually. Here's the big turn. Oh, it's double. Alright, things just got a little bit scary. So, my hope coming out of this is just to hold on to a battered. Well, I don't like the fact that I'm starting off by taking the 12. But chances are we lose the clashes. Damn it, I'm punished for not rampart. Taking one. I'll fix the matches at 2. Let's fix the match at 2. So technically I want a goon. So I want to keep one of the battered. Hopefully I counted correctly. Unic. Wyeth. Pitching fix. Shape shot doesn't impact them. Then a 10 from a pulping, so fortunately, that's us done. Can't beat a double blood rush turn. Fine. Oh, and they still had another beast within. So their turn could have been really disgusting. They had 2 beasts and 2 blood rushes. Alright, let's refine the equipment, because the equipment is still the sore point. What quell do we have? I assume it's... Oh, it's everything but head. Interesting. The hero would be dealt damage, so for the whole turn you get to prevent 1 of every damage. That does seem really great. Slap happy. Yeah, it does feel like I should be relying on damage prevention more. Inventory that. Inventory everything that's not the dependent. I can pair and contrast equipment. I definitely not combed through and done proper prevention. Might is also an interesting choice, right? It's like super quell in terms of cost. Oh, there you go. Halos Miner in the head. Seeker's 1 use. Creative Vigor. It is definitely nice to prevent too. Also 1 for a knight. I don't know the name of it if you want more prevention. One for a knight. Steadfast could also be interesting as a 4-block. It's a 2-card 4-block, but it is a 4-block. Plus, we can pitch it into our weapon. I mean, maybe some stuff. So it blocks 2 and keeps the resources. Might not nice. Leave it with you. Slap happy. Interesting that Quell doesn't show up. Alright, so they're the maybes. He definitely doesn't feel like he needs offensive stuff. Like, KO has difficulty getting to the 3s to use all the goon cards. Even though they'd be really nice to use as KO. I mean, Escalate Violence seems really nice. If I'm being aggressive, I don't really need Tear Asunder. I don't really need the weapon swing stuff. We've no cards to play with, so put them in first. So it'd be 12 gloves instead of gauntlets. It's the might version of the prevent 2 get a token. Ah. So it'd be the brute one. I might should do. The might is probably better than the vigor, yeah. Oop. Flash of might. Battered, not broken. They are annoying reds, though. Maybe the suspense is killing me is unnecessary. Let's put these on the drawing board, if it'll let me. Which it won't. Oh, there we go. Maybe. Well, yeah, I'll grab them all. Stick them in the maybe section. Tensions Grabbers is still a fair amount of block as well for the hands, which is nice. I guess it should be Intention Grabbers. I don't really need the Might Boot Trigger. The idea there would be you can use the horns instead of having to use KO's ability. I don't think that's enough for the cheap shots. Just because it's block 2 and gives you +1, so it's a 3 value. Yeah, it's not halved, which is just my same thinking for like Steadfast. The 4 block that isn't halved. I don't actually think I like the Tower card. Long story, they're not in it anyway. I think, for me, it's relying on the goon cards more than anything. I'm gonna do that. That gives us some space. I think I'm gonna put in Steadfast. If I'm going in Steadfast, I should probably put in Tear Asunder for a weapon swing. I'd rather just the blues rather than also yellows. Where we at? 9. Diamonds next is a decent amount of value, but we can't really double dip on it. So I find it wild you didn't think of Quell stuff. I thought you'd been playing forever. Man, Uprising, too long ago. Quell was never thought... Was Quell used? Quell, in some of the slots, have been used. But in a lot of slots, Quell has never been used. Literally, my thinking was, I don't know why, was like Arcane Barrier for a turn, like shitty Arcane Barrier. Waste Respite cuts your ability to make a token and gains 1. Prevent 4, gain 1. 1 cost, use your ability. Yeah, that's fair. We're moving away from the aggressiveness, though. Can't say I'm all for that. Maybe it is just spew obscenities. The confidence kind of has to be dealt with. Early quail, slippers, just piece. Anyway, get rid of that. Nah, that's arms. Yeah. Technically, this can be arcane or tank, right? For the headpiece. Arcane or normal. Arcane or normal. So it should probably be the quail slippers as well. I kind of still want to run the horns and intention grabbers. We don't have anything to go with intention grabbers for now. And I'm going to escalate back. Suppose we can see how this feels. Do that till we see the match. The Getter might prevent 2 gives you a solid buff. Okay, Verdance should be Skullcap. Norrune. I guess we go full. Our tankiness comes from elsewhere. I don't want the Fiddler's Greens. Actually, Fiddler's isn't so bad into Verdance, no. Depends if they swap back and forth. The Getter might prevent 2 gives you a solid buff to run the horns. Horns to me is just nice because it lets you feed resources into something else. But then again, he doesn't have that many boo triggers on this turn, on your opponent's turn. Does it just fix the match? I mean, granted, they should try and give cards here. But then I want a Lyeth. Send that first and see how they block and decide, I suppose. Turn the results. The Verdance, mine have 0 attacks and just running on D reacts. They're Aether Tide, so they want to get to life gain. Right? That's how you tell your Verdance? By the rod. Do I want a Lyeth? We have 3 mind already. I kind of just want to keep the Truth or Trickery. I don't need the extra one. We're drawing up anyway. I'll go to 4 and push. Nice, I don't have to worry about the Waning Moon. Just the kill turn. No discard? No discard. Leave him hanging, makes me pause and think. Power is destroy X. Decent. X target aura tokens and or auras with cost 0. How much they pitch? They pitched for 4. Do we just clear their last card? Their last card's going to the arsenal anyway, so there's no reason to leave them hanging. They're just clearing the might, but that's fine. Means I just play slower on my turn. My hand's not really suited in this scenario. Lyeth gets us a might to then do spew, I suppose. I want to put leave him hanging in the arsenal, which makes power play awkward. It's not play leave him hanging. That's for sure, at least. Don't want the mine on my turn. I don't want the mine going into my turn. The generic draft chaff playable. 2 cost next attack gets +3. The crowd boos you. Cheers the good guys. Prime the crowd. Because of the cost, I don't think so. Because I factored in the proc as a cost. That's what it seems like. Rather than it being a discount since it's a negative. But I don't think there's even merit against wrong matchups. Alright. So it should be Lyeth of power play. The opportunities is not big enough though to warrant. Right? Because it's still a 3. Doesn't yoink any cards. They just, well, yoinks 1 card. This is at least a 6 for the damage. I can't even overpitch into. I can overpitch into weapon, but then times this is worrisome. It should be this and keep the blue. Yeah, it should be that, keep the blue to leave him hanging. Anyway, we could have done the start better to play around Scour. Not really. The 3 and 60 anyway, so why play around it? We're above them again. I did have an aggro list for life. Does not seem good. Like going wide when it's like 1 damage is not really matterful. Well, they're fully blocking it. Interesting. I suppose the Carapace is always good to play. Oh, they don't get the decompose trigger. Turn priority back on. The trickery's nice. Probably just escalates, which means I want to Lyeth on my turn again. Guess we're trying to go for short shrifts. It's probably just going to be Surge and Aethertide, so I don't know if this is even decent. Maybe it messes up their turn. And at least sort of dictates what they ask for. The line thing on our turn, so we can escalate. Goliath. Escalate. Arsenal. Right, because we can't get big enough. No, not without the Might tokens. Yeah. Yeah, just big buffs. Just all the, like, the nimbleisms and stuff. I mean, like, Nimby's still worthwhile then, ish. You just don't really care if they go again proc. I think it's safe, battered, beaten, broken. Even though we don't have the auras going into it. Actually, that might have been the wrong call. We just can't make this big enough for me to care about it. Oh no, we can. These are the crush ones. Oh, that changes my mind. I don't know why I thought they were the big ones. So I want to keep the truth or trickery. I'm going to keep the truth or trickery. Another scour here would be sad. There is, yeah, so much to think about. Like, Tough Nut's so simple. Get your toughness, swing something, block. This is not the tower one. I don't, well, you can get the tower ones big enough. I just don't think reliably big enough for me to care. But Crush is definitely a lot better. Should also, realistically, like a turn ago or so, been swapping to Time Fist, considering they're very combo-y. And we just want to fatigue them out. But who has time for that, right? At least here we can pitch if they do anything. Now they'll leave them hanging. And fix the match. Just do the same thing again. Never mind, because they're just doing that. I want the counter off of it. Probably not. Do I want the might? Probably not, because that is Lyeth. I don't think the +1 matters. What is this? 8, 9, 11. Getting it to 12 doesn't seem fine. Yeah. Yeah, the flexibility of the Crush ones is just better. Well, we're not doing anything. I've not tried Pleiades yet. Well, yeah, I tried Pleiades in some shenanigans, and God, she hurts my head. Just complete and utterly hurts my head. Is there merit to doing this to get rid of a card from the hand? I actually feel like that might be the case. Just do it now, clear one card so that the Crush most likely lands. Where are we at? 3, 7, 11, 12, 14, 12, 10, 11. No, I don't think it's worthwhile. Better as disruption on their turn. Because they can reach the block with a Carapace. Or really any D-React from Arsenal, and they definitely have them. I don't necessarily like holding on to the amount of cards I'm holding on to. I think Pleiades is relatively easy to really build towards. Yeah. Yeah, she's just an honest crack at the setup stuff. But it's one of those heroes where it's easy to get into, but the top skill ceiling and balancing the counters, I feel, is just not for me. Not for my head. Lyeth is the biggest buff. So, simplest form is just you tell someone this is the counter you want to prolong. Anytime you get a chance, that's where you're moving counters, rather than, aim for like the keep 3, leave 3, etc. for the weapon and everything. Technically, I could still intimidate them here. So it's a 12, they can no longer block with equipment. I'm going to, because I feel like there's a whole chain of carapaces coming my way. That I think the instant matters. Even though it means I miss out on the Arsenal card. I think the budget version of her is just far easier. Swing weapon, yeah. Behave like you, literally have only the weapon and make a giant bank of suspense cards. Yeah, that seems fair enough. Bounce this. Yeah, I don't mind having that back in my arsenal. Question is, am I Liathing? I mean, I'm just weapon swinging. Do I want the +1? Probably not, no. Weapon? Play. Arsenal. So either... So this is just going... Well, no, because I'm playing boost, so I can cheap shot. Yeah, it's fine. Don't need a Lithe. Yeah, the what happens next is nuts. So it was booze. Sigil. Weapon swing. Cheap shot worthwhile? I think it is. Overall, Tough Nut is still, so far, the one I'm having the most fun with, and the one I want to, just whenever I get free time, jam a game. It does seem like confidence is going pretty far. If only, a fisherman friend had the same. Makes me feel like I'm playing Defect from Slay. Huh. To be fair, though, the Defect was my most hated class. Like, weirdly, I can wrap my head around the... God, I don't remember what it's called. The Monk. More so than the Mage. Well, we have Leave Him Hanging again. Will they get to target? I guess there's no point in doing it now. But off of my own trigger. I want to have the tokens. Dragoon Tactics. So, will I? I'll leave him hanging. I can make another might. Probably not. It's probably Spear Obscenities. First 20 Ascension was with the defect, just me clicking for most of the time. I just beeline hard. The God Assassin. Forgive me for not knowing the in-game names. It's another go where I wish I had 2 steps. Went 1 with probably the goon. It did take a little bit to get my head around the ascensions and the difficulties. But then it became a lot more chill. Definitely harder once you move to a new class. Once you know the combos of cards to fish for, you can brute force it if you really want. The streaking on the A20s is the thing. I guess it's just a big power play here. Yeah. If only we had our go again, then it'd be this and Spew Obscenities. Oh well. Why did I want a tunic? Alright, so I don't have to... So I can hold a card. I can hold the 2 steps ahead. I don't know if that's actually the card I want to hold. Hmm. The nice thing too is with Tough Nut is I can play aggressively and speed up the game. Or speed up losing. Life is just kind of slow. I think simple Pleiades, it'll go like, I want to play Tough Nut, Pleiades, Lieth KO currently. I don't know how to put it, the set almost has an easy 1-for-1 to all the characters. That's a good point. And then you have the KO shenanigans for, again, I'm going to call it Monk. That's the easier way for me to wrap my head around it. Enlighten? No. Watcher, there we go. They're also getting their stack very slow. Arsenal that. Palms. Any reason not to palms? Feeds me the one resource to do something. I'd rather speed up the counter, I think. Truth or Trickery is also nice. Not that they're going to swing it. Ah, finally. Not to say. Not really swinging anything into me. See if we can yoink their last card. And no reason not to Rampart. Take 5. Actually, there was a reason to not to Rampart, so I could be below them. And turn on Arcanite. It is a... red. I think I'm just going to always be honest with it. I think that's the easiest way to bait your opponent. The booze turns on battery. I really hate that now. I just realized how much this set really does feel like their standard archetypes. Maybe the LSS team just spent a whole month jamming, right, while they're traveling around to the different events. The boo triggers from this is actually kind of nice. And we get another card next turn. Slowly getting through their equipments. Once we start curving them, happier times. I assume it's 2 cards and Bark Skin. I don't think the Embodiment of Earth super comes into play. Or maybe it's 1 card, Bark Skin. Gauntlets probably don't. Oh, they're just giving me cards. Getting the might. That's nice. Cheap Shot, Revolting, and then another Goon. You can have my Arsenal card, actually. Kind of been gunking me up. So we get 1 might from that, 1 might from that, 1 might from that. We're right to go. And we can cheap shot them down. Because now we really have to go on the aggressive. Actually, I wouldn't mind that with all, because content-wise, right? I avoid the armory decks because it's everyone does it, right? Everyone does a beeline to here's your upgrades. I wouldn't mind actually just, doing like a simple Pleiades. If anything, do a trim down the armory deck thought, right? Whack in some easier to play cards. Can we just do confidence weapon swings? What instant can they do? Just Storm Striders. The Talishare might be on the fritz. But our turn is a +3, 6, 10, 13. Plus a card. No. Oh, yes. Thank you. Concealed weapon object. There's another +1. Would you rather pitch into that? I mean, that covers them too. Which I think is fine. I'd rather the double cheap shot. On an armory deck if you want to strip it bare. I got one too. I mean, I kind of already printed the cards out. I mean, realistically, they shouldn't care about their life so much. It might also be pitch 1 into Lyeth, because we're getting the untap anyway. Stash 1. We'll see how many cards they give to the block, I suppose. Either way. First deck I'm making in person is definitely the Tough Nut. Just jam with that. I think the Pleiades Armory deck might be a bit of a pain to upgrade for consistency's sake. She needs In the Palms, Cries, Encore. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it's definitely the armory deck that's most split. Like Gravy, sure you know upgrade the allies, but you had a lot more of the gas in the deck. Their turn is not enough. Just going cheap shot for the damage. Oh, Goliath. Yeah, Goliath pumps the numbers. To be honest, I don't like CNCs in a lot of these heroes. Top card. Oh. Both gone. One. So there's 3 6s left for us to worry about. We have a nice tanky turn that we don't care about. But this is a juicy weapon swing. Or a juicy... No, it's Guardian. Gotta remember, it's only Guardian. The problem is we can't get this buff. Annoyingly. Can't get to enough tokens. Ooh. It should be Terrace Under weapon swing. Even if it's, below. Just empty my hand. Before the end step. It has the might to back it up. That's kind of enough. A lot of simple gas cards, like Concuss, Thump, Short Shrift is the best commons in the set. Yeah, because you have access to so many easy buffs. These are definitely nice to sit on, but I don't think I will. I suppose play cheap shot, stick one in my arsenal. Well, then I should have overpitched, because I only want one, realistically. Does seem like we are just going to fatigue him out at this point. Which is nice enough. To life or to save. They have enough cards, so it's probably save. weirdly making it Tunic. Ah, it's fine. We're getting 3 more cards anyway. That's another factor that sort of wrecks my hand. Is you still get so many more cards that holding stuff doesn't matter so much as life. There's bound to be lots of misplays. If I sent you a more basic Pleiades deck, would you want to try? Yeah. Yeah, I would. I have to prevent 8 for it. Technically, can I empty my hand? Do I want to empty my hand is the question. No, because I want to draw afterwards. It's just put Shrift to the bottom. Prevent the 8. Arms. And then this fixes the 1. Yeah. I think it's fine. It's always awkward when you beat down deck kind of goes to fatigue. At least they're more flexible. The way I geared Velda, it's just not flexible. So, an Oasis. Me. Pitch. Target that. Target that. 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 I don't think I can't get around the felling. Let that resolve first. They did pick both sides. This would be the ultimate bait if they only picked the life side. Which they did. I'm a complete moron. This is God. I'm sorry. I will still play that, but I'm not going to waste the 4. Just do that. Went for. I still misplayed because I should have taken the 1 from Verdance, so that I gained the life off of the Oasises, or even the 2, and that would have negated the 2 damage I'm taking now. It is hard when there's this many triggers. It does rack my brain. I mean, in person it kind of does as well, but I have an easier time mapping it out in person. Get rid of that. Pass. Let it resolve first. Get rid of that. Utilize my resource. Let it resolve first. Utilize my resource. Also, not getting wage cards to set was a crime. We should have gone Guardian Wages and more universal cards. Yeah, wage is a bit of a shame. I'm not live, I'm just weapon swinging. Alright, doing whole priority off at this point. Titan's Fist, pitch. Good old clean 3 as Guardian. At least Arcanite's on, so it's not a complete display. I think there was a out where I could sit 1 life below them instead. That's 2 Burn Bears to light up the leaves. We haven't seen any health potions. What? God, I'm already forgetting what the ban card was. That picks apart. Rampant Growth, right? So their way to kill me seems to be dwindling. I will say in their defense, I do have 5 AB now. So I just pitch out the big cards anyway. Oh, right, no, yeah. Turn off the hat and then get 3 damage, 4 damage across each time. We get the extra card. What am I doing with my hand? Sigil. I don't want to use just yet. Cruel Ambition turns on that, which is fine. That's easy enough. Not really pumped, though. Maybe it should just be Sphere Obscenities. Try to build a larger stack. Should probably just be Sphere Obscenities. Can't make Everbloom Life Burns. Does Everbloom hit anything, or is it Earth? They can Everbloom light up the leaves, can't they? Which is why they're not decomposing them. Yeah, so that makes sense. Ah. Thank you. So used to just not having it. It's not. I'm not doing that though. Has the pillar border got to lock in? But at the same time, there's been so many turns where I've done, oh, cool, I have Terra Sunder, and then gone to play something that is not. But they've root bound anyway. Or a sink. There's no reason to hold Sigil at this point. Is there a reason to hold Sigil? I stay below them, which I guess is good enough. Weirdly, it's pitched away. I don't want the life gain just yet. I need to clear my arsenal. It's gunking me up. Another palm. Palm up for the concealed object, most likely. Although this is a boo to cheap shot them. Whatever we're doing, it's a weapon swing next. I mean, yeah, at this point, we kind of just chip them down with the weapon, though. Well, in the palms actually could draw us something a bit more useful. Problem is, it's 40 minutes. I'm meant to be playing everyone. Another felling. I can do all my thinking afterwards. I want the boo on my turn or on their turn. I'm just gonna get rid of concealed object. The weapon swing's big enough. Give me something good. Two steps ahead. Can't let the mic go to waste. Remind for the following turn. Palms coming up. We're slowly being chipped down though. You know what I forgot? The card I'm pitching into the weapon swing. Yeah. I swear, once a game hits past half an hour, my brain turns to mush. I don't know if it's because I check out and I'm just not invested anymore, in all honesty. Oh well. That was by far the worst play of the day, though. Prevent one. We're sending fix the match. That means, I guess, we're not preventing any. I swear, if we get to the point where it's just me weapon swinging them, I am giving up. Right, because that's the end game state, is I have two cards, and it's just pitch into either tide, swing. And I mean, I might as well at this point pitch Oasis. Just not finding a good time to cheap shot. Oh. Bad, beaten, broken. It's also playable at this point. Big enough? 7. It's probably not big enough. Yeah, I agree. I should not play Life. I should play Rock. I should play Tough Nut. If only I could boo to clear this, because I'd like to save it. Save one of these two. And do they really have to block? They don't really have to block. We'll just go with more might. Fetch my blue. Never play cheap shot first is correct. Which card would I have pitched into cheap shot? Oh, I guess Sigil. Off of Tunic. Sigil and Tunic. Eh. 3 sinks, 2 mental blocks, 3 heartbeats. That's the first root bound? No, I'm looking in the wrong section. They want to burn me down, they can burn me down. Yes, I should probably play cheap shot at this point just to clear it. 2 yellow cheap shot is 0 cost. No, but I have to Lithe. Lithe is 2 cost. Field object gets us to 1. I can't trigger any of these, which is awful. Felling. At least that's the last felling. Not that the 2 damage really matters. Let's weapon swing off of overturn. I want to get this into my arsenal. Probably should have blocked with an extra card there. But we still have all the Steadfast and the Oasis coming back around. At least it's a nice big hammer. Boo trigger. Problem is, the 2 doesn't really put damage to them, so I can just see them taking the 2 damage. Surely it's just take the 2. 3 fruits. 3/3. Out of fruits. Out of, I think it was red root bounds. They did give a card. Must remember to click concealed objects. Always forget to click concealed objects. Put a little dent back into them. Boo. Yeah, it's fine. So set pass is 4, rampart is 1, take 1. And we're literally just aiming to play boos in 2 steps, I guess. Cheap shot. I can't play cheap shot. Yeah, I can play cheap shot. Well, it's only steadfast then. The might triggers, so I don't really want to boo. This should be fine. Steadfast. Damage source, plow under. 3 fellings. 1 plow. There's still one more plow under as well. Booze. Cheap shots. But we do still have to be wary about the Storm Striders. It does feel like they should be playing a little bit looser with their life. Their cards are kind of valuable. But I suppose anything physical is not super valuable. We get another might next turn. So 4 mites and a confidence for the turn after. That's when Plow probably comes into effect and is awkward. Wait, how much is Burn Bear? 3, and then light up the leaves. Is 3. So these are also going to waste? They're not recycling them, they're recycling something else. We want to send Fix the Match. Don't think I need concealed objects. I don't need Goon Tactics. I mean, if we were smart enough, we could keep track of what they're putting back. Burn Bear. Prevent 5. Do I need to Arsenal card? I don't really need to Arsenal card. I'll Lithe just to put this to 4. I mean, granted, we don't really need to be building to a big turn. There's a life point difference. But it does still find me a blue, which is what I want. Trying to think. Is just Bix? Spear would be a 5, but it gets blocked out anyway. I don't need the confidence, so it should be Fix. And return the results as a blue. Yeah, no reason not to just take the damage now. I assume this will be the last plow. You can Sigil Solace for free and just do a big weapon swing. Or Spew Obscenities, because that's the confidence, actually. And we prevent the 1. Build object can go. I don't need the boo trigger. That was fine. Prevent damage this turn. Set up 2 steps ahead. They're going to scour again. I don't think I actually need the 3. I'd rather Tunic. And prevent 4 that way. Oh wait, they're doing 5 now, aren't they? That's why they undid. Yeah. It's a waste of a Tunic charge. But oh well. It is literally just 2 steps ahead. I mean, at this point, yeah, we do just fatigue him out and then weapon swing. But realistically, we're almost at 55, so that'd be a draw regardless. That's the only sort of problem I see with the current meta. Is there is going to be a lot of the time matches. Oh. Because you're so strongly incentivized nowadays to take a full stack of cards, a full deck of cards. Isn't like as have them have to have as much of your sideboard already included in your deck regardless. And to be frank, I get that there's some appeal, like this thought process and the longevity of your mind. But I'm bored shitless right now. I mean, on their end, no offense, but I guess the pitch stacking because it's 12 cards left is really important. Ugh. That's just burn me. Yeah. Get the 6. That's the Everbloom. Is Scour what they can hit best out of it? Kind of feels like Scour's the best thing they can hit out of it, right? Go away. Either way, that's all 3 of them, I believe. Or do they still have 1 left? You can hit Everbloom with itself, can't you? Because it has the action card side. But they don't have enough damage to push. They get to that ending loop. Event 4. I'm even trying to preserve that and a blue so I can Lithe escalate. And I know I should probably be weapon swinging at this point anyway, but cannot be asked. I mean, to be honest, we can get heavily punished by the Scour, right, at this point. Because we're just giving them a ton of auras to hit with their resources. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, we just pitch through it anyway. And they're also not Aether-tiding every turn. Which feels like something they should be able to do. No, they had exact, I guess. Why didn't this pop up, out of curiosity? It should pop up, shouldn't it? Should pop up. Should put priority on. I apologize if they stepped away. I will say sorry. I guess I hear the chime. Steadfast, Scour, bitch. Which means I only have to prevent 4, but I can prevent 5 anyway, doesn't matter. So it's preventing 4, so I only have to prevent 4. It doesn't really matter. I can't do anything with the 1 resource. Well, I suppose if they had some way to gain life, an instant, never bloom again. Plays around that. I suppose at this point it should just be weapon swing. Fatigue him out. You just start taking the chip damage. Ooh. I need to preoccupy my other half of the brain. What's like the best small size window for color share? Always prevent the 1. I'm even trying to keep, I guess, the 3 for the weapon. Whew. Problem is too is we've like doubled down, so no matter what, I can't concede, right? Uh, we will run out of cards though soon enough. I kind of need to get rid of the other stuff. So that we just have the blues. That. What else do we block with? We're paying 1 to that. We're paying 1 to that. That's the yellow's done. I guess I don't really need to leave them hanging. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Already in a tough knot game. That is enough for me just to go. I never want to touch him again. Actually, I don't want to give either of these pieces, do I? We have 3 toughness. I suppose I'm letting the first one through. Even bigger than that. Interesting. So we block 6 or 3. Actually. Because my weapon is half, could they get a draw? No. Oh, wait, they had heart. So yes. Actually, yes. So it would have been 2 to 2 every time. So, yeah. That it did. We have Snatch now with... Will I have enough? I need to get to less life. We'll use a 6 block there. Oh, oof. Right. Back to the fun. Line Strike is a 7. Yes, I'm taking the damage. Just to come back. It was fine. Ability. Oof. And back to 3 toughness. Now all we need is a disarm. We're super happy. Seems the case, but a lot more enjoyable. It's much nicer when it's a proper beatdown, one way or the other. Like, I have no problems whatsoever losing. Just with the longer games. We have a lot of block here. I don't know, actually. Ninja's awful, because it just invalidates your toughness. But I don't think it's horrendous. Comeback Kid should be fine here. And then No Hero Stands Alone is the second one. As long as you have something to get around the weapon swing. I mean, realistically, they should have double weapon swing. That's a lot more devastating to me. Because there's nothing you can do about the second one. But I mean, for the most part, this is where we just fatigue. I mean, we should win the majority of clashes. I think Command and Conquer is the only card that screws us up. Or if we hit, one of our bad ones. And most likely it's a Reckless Stampede here. Or not, because we just hit a red. I was hoping to Gauntlet's Reckless, but I guess it's just a Romping Club. The Wild Rides might need to go. They're definitely for a bit more aggressive. Out of curiosity, why not dip when it stops being fun? Games are supposed to be enjoyed. Because I feel bad. Because, look, the opponent has every right to play whatever deck they want, right? That's the whole merit of it. There's the idea that I can queue into who I want, but then that also, to me, seems like a dumb decision. So, the bittersweet thing is, if we want, everyone to have fun, everyone to enjoy whatever deck, crappy or not, in some aspects, then we gotta let it be. Do I have a good target? I have No Hero Stands Alone for Visit, which is great. Escalade Order is what we're trying to play. Be great to get into my arsenal. I think we're fine letting the first one through. See, that's good, because I was just going to give equipment. Then this is a 3. That should probably just be the Crowd Goes Wild as a 4. And CNC. I really don't care about my arsenal, and I'd rather be below you. So have at it. Now you've turned on the Never Give Up. Now this play might seem strange. I want a nice stack of toughness. Then I also want the really good block to have against them. There it goes. And then, yeah, just play Escalate. My only issue with that thinking is what if they're only staying because they think you want to... I guess that's a good point. I mean, there's nothing, in it. We're not playing for rewards or anything, right? So, yeah, it could be that bittersweet moment where we're both like, we're trying to do right by the other person. And it's not working out. This is a big first attack. I mean, this feels like a good a turn as any to just... No, because they just Kadachi me. I don't want to waste the amount of block we have, though, but I guess I am. I guess it's Song. I shouldn't be greedy and go for big things. I really want to go for big things, but... We need to play a reasonable match after that. God, this is such a nice card. Doesn't really work in Pleiades now, does it? But it's beautiful. Destroy my figure. Go nuts. I care about the 5? No? Because it puts me below. I can stash the Comeback Kid. It's really not worth scaling. That's sad to see. We wanted that in our hand. Also, not because of any game on your part, just me being crippled. I gotta go take a nap. No worries. Rest up. See, now this is tricky. Well, Tough Nut always feeds into Never Give Up. But I really want to be able to play stuff. We have Tunic up for the comeback hit, actually, so I can kind of let this hand through. I think it's as good a time as any to give boards, even if I'm not pitching into it. Oh, it's a Wednesday already. Oh, days bleed together. Yeah. And I'll probably come early. Alright, tempo is a 5. I can Tough Nut to give it juice, but then and I can still pitch. So I guess that's fine. We know their last card. No, we don't know what their last card is. Is it target action? Never give up, put bottom target defending attack action. As long as we don't miss the cheer, I'm happy. Which I suppose is really what I should have done first. Don't miss the cheer, please. Thank you. I mean, granted, they're probably just arsenaling their card anyway. I really want to get Jaws of Victory into Arsenal. And this gets me another toughness. Block big, swing big. Very nice. I need to put the strength one in. The 8. That definitely seems good too. Ooh. Where's my turn if I go full greed? Wild Ride, discard draw. Tough Nuts. I'm missing one piece. So really, it's about getting this to the arsenal, playing this in Weapon Swing, so I have to keep one yellow. I'm kind of done with Tunic. Weirdly, I'm kind of done with Tunic. Cut through as a 4. Then take the damage. So things only go awry if we don't hit the Tough Nut. If we don't hit the Tough Nut, though, I can Wild Ride instead of Jaws. I don't have a card to discard. I feel like that kind of could have been merit to Pouncing Paws there. Just to get the discard off. Because that does kind of cripple us. That puts them below us, turns off our cheer effects, not great. 14 is definitely low enough. That we're a little scared. Such a horrible card to draw in tandem. Awful. Yeah, my gauntlets now. Kind of screws us. I'm still waiting for the big thing to block. Do I ever never give up? No. Close the chain, which is interesting. I can always double block the second attack. Shouldn't be able to get to enough chain links. But Arsenal Disruption does matter. No, because if it's Command and Conquer, we just double Good Natured Brutality, unfortunately. Yes, I do want to sync that. Play base CNC. Snatch. Doesn't feel great, but oh well. And we have the toughness for the following turn. Yeah, this deck definitely operates a lot more smoothly than I thought it would. Just a romping club? Yeah, there's no merit to the Wild Ride. The Wild Ride is like our closer. Biggest link. What can they buff this with? They have nothing, right? So weirdly, it should be Jaws of Victory. Or can I get enough resources? 2/2. I can't swing with it. I'd rather Tough Nut. So I can dig in for the next turn. But I can't even Tough Nut. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go back because I meant to hold priority. I can Tough Nut. Pummel. It's fine. So what am I discarding? That's the swing wit, so I'm just discarding the jaws. That was dumb of me. Oh well. They tried to undo it too, it seemed. Which was nice of them. You remember, we do have Never Give Up. But it does make Numbskull Charm a little bit awkward here. So it should be Old Leather and Vim. All threats. I guess we are just blocking out again. I guess I'm looking for something bigger. Whatever their attack is. It'll be fine. And granted, it's not big enough. It's only a... Do I even have one? I don't even have one. Ugh. Alright. I'm always like that. When it's just the one turn that throws me off. I'm kind of just gone. Still though. Tough Nut can definitely put in work. Alright, I think I'll find one more game and then we'll we'll leave it be. Which we didn't quite get to play these, but eh. I will try and, sort out a simplified version. That is just confidence stacking for your weapon to swing something. Which ultimately just work really well anyway. Oh. I just realized I'm as Lyeth. Not quite what we wanted, but I guess Lyeth. I'm sure I clicked Tough Nut. Yes, a decent game is Lyeth. Willing. Is it merit concealed objects? Three. Oh god, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry. I'm just going to leave priority on, even though it's going to be annoying to do. Fuck with that. And I don't really have to block with Rampart, I suppose. I'm just lithing. I do have to Rampart because of the +1. Big react. And what's the next one for? Next one's for 4 anyway. Hmm. Guess I'm taking the 5. We might as well block with the 3 anyway and just take 2. There's probably a way to swing that with steadfast block properly. Ugh. As for our turn. So, revolting weapon swing, I suppose is all it is. Or just overturn. And 7's not bad. Though it isn't nice clearing them. I suppose you only really need to hold on to 1. Uh, hmm. We'll see if this disrupts him enough, I suppose. Problem is, I really should have... I needed to have priority on beforehand to make this work. Although, it still strips their hand, which is fine. One might... So... Karasunder, little guy. Still a crush effect. It's blocked out by equipment, so it's not that great. I guess it's what we're doing. I want to clear this Centauri. I guess part of me thinks we should. The trickery's nice. It was steadfast. An 8. Was that steadfast? A1. Power play. Goliath. And steadfast. It is that side. I miscounted by 1. That's also quelling didn't trigger. To be honest, I've lost the plot at this point. I wanted to play KO. God. Oh, these are hit a hero? That's even worse. You know, I'm going to send face. Screw it. Yeah, I don't think life is for me. He seems fun. But a bit over my head. Eight. This will be 6, 7. Right, that'll be the correct amount, I hope. The 5s will be 2, 3. That's not enough. Now confidence goes semi to waste. I think I just don't find life as fun. Even though he does seem quite fun. Five and 5. Ugh. I use the time of hero practice. Definitely helps. Wait. Pay 1. It's that. So at least my weapon swing is decent. And run. Oh, no, nothing. And also, so I suppose I'm just taking the 3s. Well, I don't have to. Just a lot of decision making around him. Which definitely makes him really rewarding to play. 2. Wonder why the weapon swing instead of the second cell sword. I believe that's what they undid in case I blocked. We play whack-a-mole. We don't play whack-a-mole. A lot of booze. I think if I just make him straight up aggressive, I might like it a lot more. What? That's wrong. And a 3. What is my turn? I mean, I'd like to be able to swing my weapon, which I can't. I can swing through that, pitch that into that, so I guess I'm just taking the damage. Yeah, the cell sword's just going to chip me down. Top Knot is definitely the one deck that I'm having the most fun with. Ooh. Three. That's still not the attacking card. But now I just die to the cell swords. I hope this is correct. And then we die. Also Lithe. I'm pretty sure the final weapon swing does us here. Blood Follows Blade is so nice. Like, the early Centauri is just real good. And we bow out. Because my brain's fried. Yeah, still. Good chunk of value. Alright. I'm done. Figuratively and literally. Mentally and figuratively. You get what I mean. Who do we end up playing? We didn't end up playing Pleiades, although I'll probably just build a deck rather than using the Armory deck. And then I didn't try Velda. I think Tough Nuts of the most fun I'm having out of all of them so far. KO, I need to relook at his cards. Seems a bit awkward, but I'm sure there's something to it. Anyway,